Am I live? Let's do the audio checks. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Can I take a photo of you, please?
Let's see here. My computer's definitely kicking on. Test 1, 2. If I turn this up. Okay. We got some music. And then how do I sound on the YouTube? On the YouTube. All right. It's looking good. I see myself as a viewer. That's promising. I want to go offline. All right. I have been hearing that Neovim is kind of the way to go, and I have not spent a lot of time or effort learning a new editor with purpose. I have always used the editor that my job kind of required me to use, or at least was easy to get on a computer, which more recently was VS Code. VS Code I have put up with for a long time because of all of the extensions and functionality it provides and how easy it is to just hit install and hit the ground running. That being said, it has been a pain to deal with how slow it is. And I am curious if I can get anywhere close with Neovim that I got with VS Code. Before VS Code, I used Sublime Text, and Sublime Text was so fast. I loved it so much. The multi-line editing was fantastic. Before Sublime Text, I used to use Notepad++ because I didn't know any better. Notepad++ was basically what I was using right out of college. So having learned that a lot of influencer developers like to use Neovim, it got me curious to see if it's actually worth trying out. And I have a Flutter project, which is a Magic the Gathering life tracking app that I've been tinkering with on and off for the past year and a half. And so now I want to see what it would take to get the Flutter environment stood up using Neovim, and I'll start from there. So let's give this a shot. I have never done this before, and I think what I need to start with is downloading Neovim. Is there a way? There really isn't, is there? All right, so let's do Neovim. Install now. Looks like I can use Winget. I can use Chocolatey. Let's. I think I have Chocolatey installed on my computer, so let's do that. So what is it? It's Choco install Neovim. Choco install Neovim. I don't know anything about Neovim other than I assume it's based off of Vim. And I used Vim years ago. And at the time, I'll be honest, I wasn't a fan. So I'm curious what difference Neovim provides, if any. I installed Neovim. Do I have to run it from the command line? Did I not install it? Oh no, this is embarrassing. I'm already off to the ground, or I'm hitting the ground running already. Let's see here. Chaco install Neovim. Maybe I wasn't paying attention to the message. Installing the following package. By installing, you accept the license. Chocolate installed 0 of 1 packages. Warning, Neovim already installed. Use force to reinstall. Okay, so I already have Neovim installed. Oh, I wonder if I have to set up my Neovim path. Let's see. Program data. Okay. View. Hidden items. Program data. Chocolatey. Bin. It's not there. Tools. It's not there. All right. We're already off to a good start. I just want it to work. And my suspicion is it doesn't just work. I mean, this is clearly operator error. So Chaco install Neovim. It is installed in program data chocolatey. No, that's where the logs are. I'm going to reinstall it to see if I can get some output to know where it went. Neovim binary is under C tools Neovim. Okay, so I need to make sure that's in the path. C tools Neovim. Invim. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to add that to my path. It's in my path. All right, so I think the issue was that I tried to launch it as Neovim, and it's actually in Vim. Something's happening. Oh, it's in my terminal? Oh, this is interesting. That makes sense. I don't know why I expected differently, but that makes sense. Okay. So now what I want to try and do is I want to set up my YouTube stream to kind of follow along. And I don't know how to do that. I need to make this a display capture. So I need to create a scene, call it terminal. Oh, everything's going black. This is temporary, I promise. And then for terminal, I need to add a source. And this needs to be a window capture. And I'm going to call it terminal capture. Hit OK. Did that not work? Scenes. And then I need to add. Did I do this wrong? This should have worked. Why did this not work? properties. Because I didn't select a window. Hit OK. Really? So I do this. This is interesting. Well, that's not quite doing what I wanted it to. Um, hmm. What do I do here? Why is that not working? This should be a terminal capture. Source. All right, I'm going to delete this. Yes. Add a new source. Window capture. Terminal capture. Windows terminal. Automatic. Well, that looks good. Why is it not showing up? All right. Well, it looks like that's going to have to wait. In the meantime, how do I even begin? What do I do? It's just a terminal essentially. NVim is open source, freely distributable. Type help NVim if you are new. Yes, I am new. So I need to do colon. It's not letting me do colon. You got to click into the terminal. Help NVim. Space on Vim. NVim is emphatically a fork of Vim, not a clone. Compatibility with Vim is maintained where possible. If you already use Vim, see NVim from Vim for a quick start. If you have never used Vim or NVim before, see below. Type G0 to see the table of contents. What now? Oh gosh. There's a 30-minute tutorial for using Vim? Or match this 10-minute or watch this 10-minute video. Okay, I want to watch the video. I don't know if you guys will get the audio from this. I think YouTube won't hear this. The quarter, the getting started video for stationeers is 8 hours long. What is stationeers? Oh, okay. I'm aware of Icarus and DayZ. I have not played them. My friend loves Icarus and keeps trying to get me to play it. I just haven't done it yet. But I've been aware of them. That's kind of cool. An 8 hour long getting started. I don't know how in depth this quick start video is going to be because I've used a little bit of Vim. What's the real way to do Neovim? Do I need to build it from do I need to compile it from scratch myself? Am I not a true Neovim user unless I'm compiling it? Oh, that may have just answered my question. Is that the way to go? Oh, it uses CMake. Nice. I'm biased, but if a project uses CMake, I already assume people know what they're doing. Maybe. Simulation game. The devs want to create a 3D version of Space Station 14. Interesting. Okay. You know what? Screw it. If we're gonna do what the video says. So okay. All right. No one watch me try to figure out how to escape Neovim here. Okay, I kind of figured. I mean, I've used Vim before. Um. Okay, so I actually need to uninstall Neovim and manually build it myself. Choco remove Neovim question mark? Is that how you do it? Ooh. What? Cannot find the registered. Oh, okay. It's not remove. Is it uninstall? Yes. Error while running chocolatey before modify uninstall one of one packages. Okay, I assume we're good. All right, so I guess the real way to do this is to clone. So I need to go to if a package is not provided for your platform, you can build Neovim from source. But how do I? Am I crazy? Is it not telling me how to get it? I assume it's on GitHub, right? All right. Cool. I wonder what the dependencies are. New Vim's project, refactor Vim, install from package, install from source, run CMake, build, transitioning. It doesn't say there's any dependency, so maybe it's just configure and build. That'd be kind of cool. All right, let's change into Neovim. And then I need to run. Interesting, they want you to build release with debug info. Fair enough. Except I don't have make, I have CMake. Okay, to install to a non... Are they assuming you're on Linux? Wait a minute. Okay, so it's just wanting to do a make install, so I can do CMake to configure this. So maybe I'll do... I wonder if they use presets. They do use presets, so I need to figure out what those presets are. Does cat work in PowerShell? Looks like there's a default. Do I just use default? Yeah, let's just do it and see what happens. CMake, preset, default. Oh, I need to enter the Visual Studio development environment in order to do this. And that is located. Actually, I think the better way to do this is native x64 tools. We'll try this again. All right, trying it again. Preset default. I do want to make sure that's actually legit. It feels blasphemous opening a Neovim project file with VS Code. All right, so I can do default, debug, release, run, include what you use. Okay, so yeah, it looks like I just do default. Failed to find a Lua 5.1 compatible interpreter. Ooh, I need Lua. That makes sense. I am aware that Neovim uses Lua. Did this not explain that you needed Lua? Does this project use... Alright, you know what? Let me watch the YouTube video again. Maybe I missed something. Where is this? This is Neovim build.md. Okay. Install build prerequisites on your system. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. To build on Windows, see building on Windows section. It's not lost on me that Windows gets its own section. I have Visual Studio. Oh, it's saying to just load it into Visual Studio and have Visual Studio automatically do it. Yeah, but what about... It should be doing something with Lua. Oh. Puck Lua. To build with Puck Lua instead of Lua Jit. Oh. Clang GCC. Is this not talking about Lua? Building with Zig? Oh, that's kind of cool. You can build with Zig. I don't understand. I know this project needs Lua, but I'm not seeing anything about installing Lua. Build with bundled dependencies. So I'm wondering if I just need on Windows to install Lua myself. This is going to turn into an adventure, isn't it? This is to make sure that Lua Rocks finds the Visual Studio installation. To build from the command line, ensure you have Visual Studio environment variables. Check. Invoke import Visual Studio vars. Meh. Invoke VS Dev command. I think that's already taken care of. This is to make sure that Lua Rocks finds the Visual Studio installation. What is Lua Rocks? Am I going backwards? Yeah, so why is my project not doing that? Do I need to pass a flag in to tell it to do that? Am I missing some are there submodules in this project? I swear, if there's submodules. You know what? We can make sure. Um let's see. Git submodule update init recursive. Okay, thank God. So that's not the issue. Oh, I swear I'm not this dumb. No, from the repository's root directory, running make will download and build all the needed dependencies and put the nvim executable in build bin. Third-party dependencies are downloaded automatically to .deps. Failed to find a Lua 5.1 compatible interpreter. All right. I'm assuming I need to get that installed. I'm going to do a quick Google here. Build Neovim Windows. Failed to find a Lua 5.1 compatible interpreter. Very common pain point when building Neovim on Windows. The error basically means CMake couldn't find a Lua runtime that matches the ABI. Easiest fix, use a package manager if you're using VC package. No. Manual install, download LuaJIT, pre-built or build, and then set up. So I need to download and install LuaJIT, I guess. Hmm. Maybe I should just do this in a Linux VM. LuaJIT just-in-time compiler for Lua. Lua 5.1. Are these not download buttons? Hmm. I gotta clone this. Create a new directory tree under LuaJIT. Change this directory optionally. No release terminals or binaries. LuaJIT uses rolling releases. All right. I'm going down. I feel like I'm going down a rabbit hole here. Okay. Okay, looks like I just need to run a script. All right, I'm compiling the dependencies that this text editor needs. All right, so what did that do though? Did it install it somewhere or do I need to call? I probably did this wrong. All right, I tried. I need to open This is killing me. I changed it to source. I ran MSVC build. Copy the DLL and executable into a new directory. I probably need to add it to my path, I'm guessing. Okay. So I need to copy Lua JIT and Lua 51 DLL. I'm just going to add it here so it's all in one spot. Bin. Copy this to a newly created directory. Any location is okay. Add Lua and Lua JIT directories below it. And copy all Lua files from source JIT directory. So it wants... So it wants a Lua folder here. And then it wants this here. I guess. And then I'm assuming this needs to get added to the path so that CMake can find it. All right. See if that works. So we need to exit the terminal and reopen this so it reloads the new environments. Native x64. Let's go to my dev folder, Neovim. Could not find love. What is love? Build without bundled dependencies. Manually install the dependencies libuv. Oh, it's lib. Is it luv? By default, the libraries and headers are placed in .dep/user. To build the bundle dependencies using CMake, I need to do... Oh, okay, maybe... Oh, is that what I'm doing wrong? It's because I'm not reading. So this is saying do CMake -s cmake.deps-b.deps-g Ninja. I do have Ninja installed. -d. I just thought using CMake presets would have worked. Equal rel with deb info. I see tree sitter. I see get text. Ooh, got all kinds of stuff to build. Okay. So reading the documentation might be the way to go here. Hey, there it is, LUV. Okay, so did that actually come with Okay, that came with Lua. All right, so I don't need Lua in my path anymore. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'll close this to reload, refresh, native. Okay, so now that I have the dependencies, I guess I try and do the thing again. Which was what? CMake preset default. Something's happening. Something is a happening. Never thought I would be working on compiling an editor that I can use. Okay. And I assume having it as source that I can compile myself means that I could probably build plugins or extensions into it. I guess. Okay, so once we do that, I assume I can just do no build preset called default. You know, I've always thought about doing Gentoo because doesn't that like optimize everything for the hardware you're running on? That does sound kind of cool. Uh, no such build preset in. Okay, so it only has a configure preset. All right, I should stop trying to guess and check and read the documentation, huh? Anytime you update, you're gonna have to recompile, aren't you? I didn't think about that. Build prerequisite. I did all this. Oh, here we go. CMake dash dash build target. Uh, it's kind of cool that you can build with different language localizations. Windows WSL. I already, yeah. Visual Studio is the recommended way to build on Windows. These steps were confirmed as of 23. That was 3 years ago. Open the Neovim project folder. Visual Studio should detect the CMake files. Choose the NVim target and hit F5. If the build fails, it may be because Visual Studio started the build with x64 debug release before you switch the configuration to x86 release. Is Neovim 32-bit? On 32-bit Windows, you need this for what? You know what? Let's just do it their way versus trying to do this on CMake. I can, in fact. This project may be compatible for remote development. Would you like to install Visual Studio, Linux, and Mac support? Nah. Okay, stuff is happening. CMake generation finished. So what did they say to do? Visual Studio should detect the CMake files and automatically start building. Oh, there we go. Okay. Build all. 688. Is that files? Oh, it's going fast. Wow. That built really quick. I am impressed. I don't understand what it means by targets. I'm guessing it built. Oh, this. Is this to test that it? So if I try and run it, what happens? Look at that. Okay. I think it's working. Cool. Cool. I want to. Oops. I hit the wrong button again. Does this install it? Build failed. Do you want to continue debugging? No. File cannot create direct. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's going to happen. I need to change the install prefix. I don't actually know how to do that with Visual Studio. I've not really used CMake and Visual Studio together like this. Buddy sent me a website with a test for am I German or autistic? Well, are you German? What'd you find out? Let's see here. I need okay. I'm worried. I know how to set the prefix, but I'm worried if I set it, Visual Studio is just going to overwrite it. I might need to Google how to modify the cache if this doesn't work. So now I select NVMe install and I run it. This is such a weird way to use CMake targets. It's not really how you're supposed to do it, but hey, if it works for them. Install the project. Install configuration row with deb info. Well, it didn't immediately. I spoke too soon. Target missing executable. NVim install does not have an executable configured. It cannot be launched. All right. Okay, guys. That might have worked though. I do have an installed directory. Okay, cool. We might be good. I might have officially compiled Neovim. So let me get that in my environment path. Okay. So now I should be able to do nvim, and I am running the Neovim that I just installed on my machine. I think. I'm pretty certain. Probably. All right. How do I use? Oh wait, that's right. This all started because I was watching a video on how to use Neovim. Ooh, whatever he just did there was kind of cool. Okay, I already know how to install it. So what is this semicolon thing he's doing? Oh, that's just his terminal. I don't know about this. This is like this is Vim. You have to type I's and A's before you can actually start typing. That's insane. All right, so this is very introductory. I already know how to use. Okay, so I have Neovim. And that's where I'm at. Because I don't know where to go from here. What are you doing? Hi, Trill. Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, my cat's here to say hi. Is it you telling me you're ready to eat again? Hmm? Hmm? What would be cool is if I could have Neovim just set up as a tab here. Is there a way to do that? I bet there's a way to do that. Add a new profile. Duplicate profile. Sure. Name. Invim. Command line. Browse. Okay. Starting directory, user profile. I guess that's fine. Icon. Ooh, do I have an icon? Should have an icon. Where would that be located though? There it is. Replace the profile name as the title to pass the shell and startup. Save. Check it out. Boom. All right. So I have Neovim as a tab in Windows Terminal. Now the next thing is, can I pin this to just be... No, but I can right-click Neovim. Boom. I have Neovim up and running. So that's cool. So Neovim's the text editor. It's not the terminal. So what can I do? Where do I even go? Where do I start? Is this just a bunch of YouTube tutorials? I think there's a help thing here. Help in Vim. To learn how to use Vim in 30 minutes, or watch this 10-minute video. Chapter 1. NVim is a very powerful editor that has many commands, too many to explain. It is important to remember that this tutorial is set up to teach by use. You need to do the exercises to learn them properly. If you only read the text, you will soon forget. Note, the commands in this lesson will modify the text. When there's an X sign at the left, you will be required to modify text once you have done the changes. Other times, you'll be prompted to run a command. I'll explain this later. To move the cursor, press the HJKL. HJKL. H key is at the left and moves left. L is at the right, moves right. J looks like a down arrow. Wait, what? Oh, this is gonna take some getting used to. Oh my gosh. Wait, what? K is up. Okay, so that's up, down, up, down, up, down, right, left. Right. Oh my gosh. That's weird. Ooh. Oh no. Oh, what am I doing? Nope. Nope. Oh, nope. How do I get rid of that? Okay. So this is kind of just. Oh, I did it again. Can I? How do I? Nope. Oh no. How do I undo? Hey, that's not bad. What's the last third? Well, I'm already screwing this up. So it seems like the idea with this is you don't need a mouse. If you can train yourself to get used to this. Oh, this is like really basic. It's like, hey, leave the tutorial, quit Neovim, get back into Neovim, get back to the tutorial, and then proceed. Text editing, deletion. Press X to delete the character under the cursor. Move the cursor to the line below marked X. Assume that's this one. To fix the errors, move the cursor until it is on top of the character to be deleted. Press the X key to delete the unwanted character. Repeat steps 2 through 4 until the sentence is correct. Ooh, I already screwed up, and I don't know how to undo. Is it U? U for undo? Control U? Uh-oh, what do I do? Nope, that was like a page down? Or page up. Ha, I'm figuring this out. Control U for page up, Control D for page down. Makes sense, I suppose. But how do you undo? No! Oh, I'm gonna crash out, man. I just want to undo because I already screwed up the tutorial. I can cheat in Google. Let's see. What was it? Control up and down the page up and down. So Control D. Is that jumping me too far? Exiting Neovim. Text editing. Yeah, so I screwed up here. I gotta Google. That's gonna drive me crazy. Vim, how to undo. I was pressing you. Control R to redo, U to undo. I don't think that was working. It was working. It just did a period. I was expecting it to like undo the entire line. Oh my gosh. This is almost intuitive enough because I have a little bit of experience doing this, so it just made sense that U was undo. So I need to figure out what it actually needed me to fix. I'm on lesson 6. I have gone too far. So control U to go up. Wow, how did I get all the way down there? We'll go down. All right, so I need to fix the cow jumped over the moon. Hey, there we go. All right, we're getting somewhere. Now that the line is correct, go on to lesson 1.4. Note, as you go through this tutorial, do not try to memorize everything. Your Neovim vocabulary will expand with usage. No, you do not tell me what to do, mysterious tutorial master. I'll memorize it all if I want to. Text editing, insertion. Yeah, I'm aware of the I. That's going to take a minute to get used to. I for insert, A for append, right? Move the cursor to the first line below marked X. To make the first line the same as the second line, move the cursor on top of the first character after. Okay, so it's just wanting me to. There is some text. Press I, type necessary. As each character is fixed, press escape to return to normal mode to repeat. Oh, so I can do this. Oh my gosh. This is supposed to be faster. I'm sure I'm just not used to this. All right. Okay. Okay. When you are comfortable inserting, I want to make sure that. Okay. When you're comfortable inserting text, move to lesson 1.5. Text editing, appending. Press A to append text. So what's... Are we about to find out what the difference is then? There is some text missing from... Wait, so what does append actually do? If I hit A here... Yeah. So I always used A. I don't know if I know what the difference between A and I is. Insert goes there. So insert goes before, A goes after, I guess. There's also some text missing. Yeah, so I is before, A is after. When you are comfortable appending text, move to lesson 1.6. Use WQ to write a file and quit. Note, before executing any of the steps below, read the entire lesson. Alright. Exit this tutorial as you did in lesson 1.2, or if you have access to another terminal, do the following there. At the shell prompt, type this command, nvim tutor. So I am going to just open up another nvim, I guess, and type nvim tutor is the command to start. Tutor is the name of the file you wish to edit. Oh. Okay, so actually I don't want to do this. I just want to open up a terminal. Neovim is the command to start the Neovim editor, tutor, blah, blah, blah. Insert and delete text as you learned in the previous lesson. I am inserting text that I learned from the previous lesson. Okay. Save the file with a wquit. Wquit. Okay. Note you'll need to press enter if you have quit this tutorial in step 1, restart. After reading and understanding the above steps, do them. Okay. So now I should have a file. I am interested in text that I learned from the, yeah, I am inserting text. Cool. This is going to take a long time to learn, isn't it? Like, I don't know if I'll ever break the habit of using a mouse to click to where I need to go. I mean, that's 20 years of professional work using a mouse to click. Like, look how quick and easy it is I can get here, right? Wait for it. I'll get there. Wait for it. I'll get there. Oh, almost there. Oh, oh. I don't know, man. I'm skeptical because I'm not practiced. After reading and understanding the above steps, do them. Lesson 1 summary. The cursor is moved using either the up arrow, Neovim file name, Neovim. So I'm not learning anything new here per se, other than this HJKL. Deleting commands. Press escape to make sure you are in a normal mode. Move the cursor to the beginning of a word that needs to be deleted. Type DW to make the word disappear. There are some words fun that don't belong paper in this sentence. Oh my god. I want J to go left so bad. There are some words. Okay, so DW that don't belong paper in the sentence. I mean, that's fine. There are. I can just use X for that, right? There are some words that don't belong in this sentence. Heave ho. Okay. More deletion commands. $$ to delete to the end of the line. Somebody typed the end of this line twice. Oh, I don't know, guys. I don't know. This is so kludgy. Many commands that change text are made from an operator and a motion. The format for a delete command with the D delete operator is as follows. D motion, where D is the delete operator. Motion is what the operator will operate on. Listen below. DW until the start of the next word. DE to the end of the current word. $, the end of the line. Thus typing will be, kind of feels like regex. Pressing just the motion. Okay, using a count for a motion, typing a number before a motion repeats it that many times. A number before a motion. So if I do like 5DW, move the cursor to the start of a line marked with a check mark. Type 2W to move the cursor 2 words. Oh my gosh, when will I ever use that? Type 3E to move the cursor to the end of the third word forward. Type 3E to move the cursor to the end of the third word. I don't even understand that sentence. Type 3E to move the cursor to the end of the third word forward. Whatever. Type 0 to move to the start of a line. Oh, that would have been useful to know. Okay, now we're starting to get something useful here. So if I can just get to a line, I can do boom. Okay. If I just get to a line, boom, at the start of a line. Okay, so that's a little nicer than typing home or hitting the home button, because the home button I have to like move my hand to get to it. But to be fair, I've got a lot of memorization in just reaching for the home button. Move on to lesson 2.5, using a count to delete more. Typing a number with an operator repeats it that many times. Move the cursor to the first uppercase word in the line marked X. D number motion. So what is that? Wait, what? Oh, wait. In the In the combination of the delete operator and a motion mentioned above, you insert a count before the motion. Okay, to delete. Okay, so if I want to delete, move the cursor to the first uppercase. Oh, I have to move the cursor. That sucks. Type D2W. Delete the two uppercase. Repeat steps 1 and 2. Type DD to delete a whole line. There we go. That's what I use a lot of. I am gonna go check on my cat, grab a drink, and I'll be right back. Give my brain a chance to remember some of these macros. You know, I titled this Neovim and Flutter, but I don't know if I'm going to have time to get the Flutter at this rate. All right, well, I want to set this up. Oh, I tried to do this earlier. I don't know why this isn't working. Is it because... All right, if I click on this again, it just like disappears. Hmm. Hmm. So I almost need... I want to try something else. I need a... I'll just have to play with it later. All right. Where are we? How many lessons are there here? What is it? Control D for down? 7 lessons? And I'm on lesson what? Lesson 2.7, the undo command. Press U to undo the last command, capital U to fix a whole line. Move the cursor to the line below. Place on the first... Is this not wrap? Oh. Place it on the first... On the first error. Type X, delete the character. Now type U to undo. This time fix the errors on the line using the X command. Okay. Okay. Oh god, this is so slow. Now type a capital U to return the line to its original state. Now type a U a few times to undo the capital U. Now type Control R a few times to redo. Okay, these are very useful commands. Now move on to lesson 2 summary. The put command, the P to put previously. All right. I feel like some of this stuff I can learn on the fly as I need it. I want to set up my Flutter environment so I can do some development, which means I need to like learn how to edit the Neovim shindig. So let's see if there's a lesson there. So this is cursor location, file status, search command. Ooh, this is what I need. Oh, that's... Okay. That's kind of nice. That's not much different than a regular search. To search for the same phrase again, simply type in. No preview. Oh, I have to actually search. Hit enter. This is the word you want to search for. Search again. Type in. Oh, in for next. Okay. Search for the same phrase in the opposite direction, shift in. Okay. Search for a phrase in the backward direction, use question mark instead of... Wait, the backwards direction. Okay. To go back to where you came from, Control O. Oh. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. I to go forward. Okay. What did I screwed something up. There we go. Okay. When the search reaches the end... Alright. That's enough of that. I want to actually use Neovim. I want to clone Flutter, which probably means I need the Android SDK, I'm guessing. See, with VS Code, I would just install the Flutter extension and then I would have it. So, how do I even begin this? Whoops. So... Alright. I might need to watch some YouTube videos. Oh, is it plugins that I need? Neovim plugins. This has 20,000 stars. This must be what I need. Neovim is a Vim-based text editor engineered for extensibility and usability to encourage new applications and contribution. It has some built-in plugins as well as a rich API for many more to be developed. Plugin Manager, spiritual successor of Packer.nvim. Package Manager written in Lua. Configuration Switcher written in Lua. A modern plugin manager. Okay, there's multiple plugin managers. Which plugin manager do I grab? Oh no, I don't know what to do. This one's listed first. Has 345 stars, last updated 7 months ago. I don't like that. Okay, Nevim. Last updated 7 months ago, 345 stars. Is there any that are actively being developed? $351 stars, last updated 3 days ago. But only has 351 stars. There's over 20,000 stars on this project. And there isn't a plugin manager that everyone agrees on. Okay, we're getting somewhere. 1,000 stars. It's currently broken. Updated 2 months ago. Warning, we'll be going a major rewrite soon. If you're considering switching from another plugin manager and you'd like to avoid churn, we recommend you wait for Rock's version 3.0. What version are we on? 247. Okay. Well, a stupidly simple way to quickly install plugins, plugin addicts, synapse. Okay, this is insane. Which one do I use? I think the thing I'm struggling to figure out is the need to have so many different package managers if they're all going to do the same thing. So I don't understand why we would need multiple version or multiple like being developed. All right, a year ago, a Reddit post is saying to use lazy. Was that listed here? Super lazy, lazy. A modern plugin manager. Did I look at this one? Oh, here we go. That's more like it. This plugin manager has 20.6 thousand. Okay, now we're talking. So how do I install it? Okay, how do I install it? There's a bunch of features here, requirements. Check the documentation website for more information. But how do I install it? You need a whole website to tell me how to install it? That can't just be in the README? I need to put a strike through the Flutter. Um, yeah, okay. Modern plugin manager for Neovim. Yeah, they're all modern. It's the same thing. The documentation took me to the same README page. Oh, all right, we're good. We're good. There are multiple ways to install LazyVim. The structured setup is the recommended way, but you can also use the single file setup if you prefer to keep everything in your init.lua. Okay. So I need to go to .config in vim /init. Uh, where would my .config be on Windows? Is that app data? It's occurring to me that if I build all this up, I'm probably going to need a GitHub repo to store all my Lua files. Because I don't want to have to do this again. That's a quick way for me to jump back to a GUI editor. Because everything I'm trying to set up here, I can, with a few lines of JSON, get set up in VS Code. Um. Anyway, for Neovim on Windows, where would my .config be? App data local invim and init.vim. I don't know if I have. Oh, I can find it in the Neovim by typing echo standard path config. Yeah, user app data local invim. I did not see that. Okay, so that folder doesn't exist, so I think I have to make it. Okay, so what do I have to do? I think I have to create a file. How do I create a file? Wait a minute. No, okay. Invim lazy.lua. Okay. So I need to do require. Oh, right. You gotta type I first. You can't just start typing. Require config.lazy. Then we'll write. Then we will. Oh, I did this wrong. Okay. So then we need a Lua folder. We remove lazy. I need to make a config folder. And in here, I need a lazy.lua. What did I do wrong? Okay. So now, I guess I just copy all this. Does this work? Okay. I think that worked. So this is going to go up a level. I don't know. Okay, so I have a lazy.lua. You can create your plugin spec in Neovim Lua plugins. Each file should return a table with the plugins you want to install. So in the, yeah, plugins folder. And then there's an init.lua. Some users may want to split their plugin specs in multiple files instead of passing a spec table or setup. You can use a Lua module. This might be just a little too much for me. I don't know if text editor configuration is what I like to nerd out on. I prefer programming than... Okay. So if I start a new Neovim instance, does something happen? Error. Local nvim init.lua, no specs found for module plugins. Enter. Okay, so it's doing something at least. Enter or type command to continue. Ooh, Control Shift P did something. This is cool. Oh, ha! That's a Windows thing. That's not a... This might be too much, guys. I need to install dependencies to use dependencies so that I can download dependencies. I really wanted to like this. I don't know. Well, I guess since I'm here, I might as well try and figure out how I want to capture this window. Can I create like a background scene almost? Use an image. Oh, is that the issue? I can't. Image. Background. Capture. Browse. Pictures. Oh, look at that. Okay, upload image when not showing. That's my background scene. So then I want my Brio with desktop needs to be Brio with. Can I duplicate this? Duplicate. Brio with terminal. Except this needs to. I need to see what my scenes are. Okay, yeah. So this needs to be like here. I don't understand why. Was this a protection thing? Weird. Scene. Interesting. I don't know what to do about this. Do I always have this like that? How will this play out? if that looks good. Can this text be easily seen when typing? I'm gonna check. Okay. So can I zoom in? Is there scaling? Launch size? Oh, there is scaling. Look at that. Okay. Now how's that look? How's that look? Okay. We're getting somewhere. That looks good enough. Okay. So I could almost have like all kinds of stuff going on here. Um, so I gotta figure out how to do Neovim plugins, I guess. So I just need to specify what plugins I want. But what file is this in? Require lazy.setup. So is this can I change into a different directory while I'm in Neovim? Neovim. Okay. So I can do change directory. Um, um, oh, it tab completes. That's huge. Can I list? Can I ls? Colon term ls. Or just colon e. Ls is not a command. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So then I need to go into Lua. Config. How do I open the file? Okay. How do you open a file? Yeah, people are saying to run Neovim. Gosh darn it. So they're saying, is this the... Oh my god. That's not what I wanted. So I need to come in here. Config. Okay. So this is doing lazy setup spec plugins, import your plugins. I'm blown away. Oh, hey, Shatsy, how's it going? You're watching me kind of struggle through learning Neovim. I don't know if that means anything to you, but it's basically a highly configurable text editor. Some might say too configurable. I might say too configurable. So I'm trying to find out how to install a plugin. And it's a lot. There's a lot of plugins in the world. There's a There's too many plugins. There's too many plugins for like the same stuff. So I don't know which one to use. I think a big one for me is is there terminal integration? Here we go. Run commands in a floating terminal and keep track of the last command executed per current working directory, making it easy to repeat. I think this would be pretty huge. But again, there's so many. 7 stars. 13 stars. 97 stars. That's a little better. There's just too many choices. I don't know which one to use. Just don't know which one to use. You know what? If I can get okay, 3.6K. So this should be something. So like how would I even begin to install a plugin? For Neovim less than 11, add no insert no select. Requirements, Neovim, curl, Copilot chat in the IDE enabled in GitHub settings. I have that. Plenary Envim. This is what kills me is he's like plugins need plugins. I just don't know how to install them. And all of these like assume. Okay, wait a minute, we're getting somewhere. So this says in lazy envim, do this. And that's where I'm at. But I don't see a return statement in here. So I don't know. I don't know. Like even this, as part of the spec, you add an import statement to import. It's not really telling me where these go. Require lazy setup plugins. You need a return statement. There are no return statements in this file. Am I bullish on AI or not? I think used correctly, it is a huge boon for software development. There is a significant amount of boilerplate debugging, um, knowledge gathering that what would have taken me days, if not weeks, of research that AI I'm able to query and can give me within like a few seconds to a few minutes. And even if what it generates isn't always coherent, let's say, it is enough to help guide me to the solutions I am looking for. And since I am using it actively, professionally, um, I honestly I can't ever imagine it going away. It is too beneficial for me to get work done quickly. Even when I'm not like generating code, just like the pure debugging aspect of it is beyond like the stuff it's able to do to solve some of the problems I've ran into professionally would require me to be not just an expert at the language I'm using, but like an expert with tools, operating systems, terminals, multiple terminals, things that would take years of experience. I don't have to be that expert on everything. As long as I'm an expert in my domain, this AI gets me to the answers I seek so that I can solve the problems I'm trying to solve. Plus, it's kind of fun to play with just to see what it does, especially if you know what you're doing. It's interesting to see what AI produces, and sometimes it's kind of impressive, and other times I'm like, ooh, you don't know what you're talking about, AI. Like honestly, this situation I'm dealing with right now, I'm trying to actively get Neovim to a place that I can start using. And it would, like, just like anyone who starts using this stuff, it's probably going to take me hours on end to just figure out how to configure it, let alone getting comfortable with, like, Vim's style of editing, which I don't know if I'll ever get comfortable because I don't know if I have the patience to practice. Um, but man, AI would probably go a long way right now in helping me like get some of this stuff configured. Because like right now, I have to dig through documentation to try and understand where things go, or I could ask AI real quick and get an answer in like 30 seconds. Which ignore the direction my eyes are looking. I'm just going to Google something really quick. And I'm going to ask Google, I am trying to install a plugin via lazy.nvim, but I honestly don't even know where to begin. I created a lazy.nvim file. I also have is that true? I also have a plugins folder at the same level as my config folder, but I have no plugins in it. I think I have a plugin I want to install, but I just don't know how to do it. Yeah, I'm in a very small company right now. I'm kind of in a startup situation, but it's like it's not like Silicon Valley startup. it's Midwest startup where there's actual work and funding. So it's like we're making progress, and it's such a small company that it's nothing like, hey, you guys have to do this to be productive. It's I go to my boss and say, hey, I'm going to try this out and see how it works for us, and boom, you know. I like some of the stuff it's able to debug just blows my mind. It I just it's just stuff that I would be able to eventually figure out, but like having been doing this for over 15 years, it's stuff that would have taken me 2, 3 weeks while I wait for someone on Stack Overflow to give me an answer. It now just like it has in it some pretty common reasoning steps that it performs. I say reasoning, obviously it's not really reasoning, uh, but it has like this workflow that it does where it's like, hey, check this, check this. Okay, that didn't work. All right, scan the directory. Let's see what you're trying to do. Oh, you know what? I see what you did wrong. You know, that kind of stuff. Like just from a debugging perspective, I can't imagine not using it ever again. I honestly don't want to go back to a time before that just for debugging. Like I can still write the code, but its ability to debug and honestly just knock out a bunch of boilerplate for me. Whew. Okay, let's see here. Totally fair. Lazy Neovim is one of those tools that feels opaque until you see the minimal working setup. Let's strip it down. Think of it like you define plugins in the Lua tables. LazyVim downloads them via git clone, loads them when needed, manages dependencies. You don't manually put plugins in a folder. Lazy Neovim handles that. Oh. Minimal working setup. LazyVim, create the structure. So I have the structure. Bootstrap Lazy Neovim. So I'm doing that. Ooh, I'm doing a little more actually. This is saying, and I think Lazy did that too. Oh, did I screw something up? I screwed something up. Oh, I created a file. Okay. So it looks like I don't actually need all this stuff. Automatically check for plugin updates. Well, I do want that though. Yeah, I'll leave this alone. Bootstrap lazy.nvim. So that's what my config lazy Lua is. Step C, load it in your init Lua, which I do. Add your first plugin. That's what I was missing. Okay. See, this was not clear to me reading the documentation, though I'm sure it said it, and I just wasn't paying attention. So I create a plugin Lua. So let's say, I create a plugin, and I then say require, no. Oh, is that all it is? Oh. Oh, that's weird. Is that really how big of a tab is? Basically, my company also enforced the usage of AI to hopefully boost our productivity, both engineers on it. Yeah. What do I need Neovim for, if I may ask? No reason. I'm just playing around. I've been aware of Neovim for a long time. I've never tried it before. So you are witnessing basically a GUI first developer, you know, Visual Studio, Qt Creator, VS Code, Sublime Text. I started with Notepad++. Like I've always have been a GUI developer. The handful of times I've ever needed like Vim style of editing is with like Git or Git Bash on Windows kind of thing. Um, and I've always been terrible at it. I've never tried to learn, and you know, to be honest, I'm trying to find ways to be, or at least work on some more interesting little side projects while I'm streaming. I have a bunch of C++ code I'm writing right now, but the handful of people who have come by have been more entry level developers, and so I think it's a little much and not very entertaining. So I don't know how to like make C++ entertaining while I develop it. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I'm just playing around. I don't have anything else going on this evening, and so I figured I would just listen to some music and bang my head against an editor that I don't know if I'll ever have the patience to learn how to use. But I see all the internet developers use it, so I'm just curious. But if I can get this Copilot installed, maybe I can use it to help me get all this other stuff figured out. So I can remote my code base with AI vs. No, nothing that crazy. I'm on Windows. I clone my projects from GitHub. I use CMake to configure and build them locally. I use dev containers. So I have Windows Subsystem for Linux. I also have a Linux virtual machine, but I'm not really doing SSH stuff. Okay, so I should be able to do this. Okay. So then uh I've heard Tree Sitter is a good one to grab too, actually. 13.5k stars. What? This repository is archived by the owner a day ago. What? What happened? Is this due to... I wonder if this is due to GitHub's using repos for training. Neovim Tree Sitter archived. And this plugin doesn't really do releases and asking users to always keep latest updated build. It looks a little bit strange to me as far as I know. Usual practice is to have stable releases and possible ranking ones by tags. Yeah, completely dropping support for version 11 on day 1 of version 12 release by removing a single check is insane. If the problem is keeping up with constant updates to parsers, there should be at least some grace period. I'm basically cut off from updates until Arch package passes all safety checks just because of the insane burden lifted by this commit. Okay, I kept my silence because I didn't want to deal with this, but this plugin has officially required Neovim 0.12 for a long time. Since people apparently can't read and kept opening issues and PRs about Neovim 11, I was forced to make 11 a hard error. The drop compat shim was incidental. And it bears repeating that this plugin is still experimental. There's a pinned issue about the roadmap. If and when we hit stable, then there will be releases. For now, just pin to whatever commit you want and stop upgrading. No, it's actually this plugin's docs and commit messages that treat people like burden. I've defended your position on master main switch, but the current statement is simply not true. The plugin worked in Neovim 11 up until that very commit. Unlike you, I try to stick to what people do, not what people are, so please do go switch to something that doesn't require interacting with people. Holy crap. All right, there's some drama with the Tree Sitter plugin. I just entered Neovim at the right time. English is starting to be your favorite programming language. Yeah, using using AI to write all the code. I've I've been using some projects to try like more broad AI code generation, and it doesn't go the way I want it to most of the time. Because in my mind, I know exactly how I want to architect my project. I know where I will want all my files to go, how I generally think they should be implemented, that kind of thing. And I'll tell AI to be like, "Hey, this is what I want," blah 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 blah, and it will mostly do it. But then when I actually like look at the code, it's like, oh man, this code's gonna be so hard to maintain if I ever need to like go in and make changes myself. So I tend to break it down into smaller pieces and then use AI to kind of just do the boilerplate stuff because I almost always know what implementation I want, at least for the projects I'm working on, because I haven't been reaching that far outside my realm of expertise. Um, all right, so Tree Sitter has a lot of drama. I don't know anything about what's going on, but holy crap. All right, so I'm not gonna. Okay, that's crazy. That's kind of insane to me. All right, so I got the plugin installed. I've been aware of Tree Sitter itself, which seems like a really cool project. Because I think VS Code was going to integrate it at some point. I don't know if it did. Um, which is why I wanted to go and grab it for Neovim, and I just hopped into GitHub, and it's like, look, it's this repository has been archived by the owner on April 3rd, 2026. It is now read only, and there's apparently an issue or something where people are crying about not getting their updates or something, even though this whole project is designed around not supporting Neovim 11. That just blows my mind. I don't know. I mean, it's an open source project, so maybe people are getting paid somehow, but usually a lot of this stuff is thankless. So I can't really blame maintainers most of the time. Um, so do I just launch? Oh, something's happening. Copilot build failed. Make is not recognized as an internal or external command, operable program, or batch file. So do I have to have? All right, I gotta look that up. Open Neovim, then run lazy. You should see it installing plugins. The key concept. Okay, so plugin installation makes a little more sense now. Ran into an issue. Let's go ahead and copy this if I can. This is a very common Windows issue, and the error is actually pretty straightforward. Make is not recognizable as an internal or external command. The Copilot chat in Vim has a build step that runs make, but Windows doesn't come with make. Recommend install make. Oh, okay. I can do that. I can install make. I have Choco installed on my computer. Choco install make. Cool. Is it that easy? All right, let's try it again. Okay. Updates available. Auto generate rock spec mappings. I gotta figure out how to do all that. Oh yeah, open source and their drama. Yeah, I contribute. Most of my contributions are more along the lines of finding bugs and finding solutions for those bugs and then creating a ticket kind of thing. I haven't really done too much write the code myself and commit because yeah, I try to stay out of it as much as I can. It's a thankless, stressful thing to be involved in. It's really cool to see a project pick up steam and go so public and widely used, but at the same time I don't envy any maintainers who aren't paid to do all this work, because it's a lot of work, especially when you have to deal with people who are like at your throat. All right, so is there a way then that I can update? Updated, loaded. Okay, cool. So once I have the plugin, how do I use it? Home, install. Uh, okay. Actually, don't know how to use the plugins. Oh, do I type at Copilot to ask what to do? Wait. At oh at oh at Copilot. That doesn't make sense. I would have to connect. I'd have to set up my Copilot. Are you there? Okay. There's actual commands I need to use. Oh, look at this. At function to share function. Oh man, this might be too much. Maybe I think I might be too old to learn new tools. I might be too old. I don't even know it's okay. What's going on? GitHub Copilot visit GitHub login device and enter code. Okay, so I can go to all right, let's see here. GitHub to show help. Nothing. No. Hello. Are you there? Uh. Okay. Hmm. Trigger accept completion menu for tokens. I'll do. Is this where I have to do at Copilot? Oh. Can you verify you received this message? Did that do anything? Ah, this might be too much. It might be time to swap to my Flutter project. Because I wanted to do a little bit of Flutter playing around. Because I don't know how to even use this tool. Copilot, chat, save, reset. Oh, this is listing tools? There's so much configuration to this stuff. Oh my gosh. I think this would legitimately take me weeks, if not months, to get all this figured out. I think. Oh, what's the story? What's the story behind Fun and Software? Yeah, so I used to play a game back in the day when I was a kid called EverQuest, MMORPG. I want to say this was, when was this? I was in 8th or ninth grade, which was like, so 2001, something like that. Maybe earlier. I don't remember. Um, and I had a druid named Funnin Spirit Runnin'. And in EverQuest, after like level 20 or something, you unlocked a second name, and so I became Spirit Runnin'. And so I just ran around with this Funnin Spirit Runnin' druid, and it kind of stuck with me. And so any opportunity I get to play like a fantasy game, an RPG, I'll probably have a druid of some kind named Funnin'. World of Warcraft, I have a Funnin'. And so, I just wanted I didn't want to just like use my name. And so I wanted to do Funnin', but Funnin', it turns out, is already taken. It was taken by a user in GitHub, and it was taken by a user on Twitch. I think it might have been free on YouTube. So I needed something that I could have a consistent name across platforms. And so I went with Funnin' Software. And I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I did, like, I made it a company, and I'm working with a couple of guys who used to work for me to make an actual video game. And so during the week when I stream, I show off my game development progress for that game, and all of that's being done under this Fun and Software company. Yeah, yeah, yep. It's a lot of fun. It's fun and software. Ooh, should that be my company motto? Fun and software. It's fun and software. All right. I think in order for me to get the Flutter project up and running, I need to get. Well, I guess I don't need the Android SDK immediately. So let's do that real quick. We'll do a new window. Oh, my Hmm. My vertical stream needs a new window to show off. Let me see. How did I do that? Add source. Scene. VS Code. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Hmm. Let's see. I need to clone Git repo from GitHub. I need to clone my. Oh, it's not in GitHub. I think it's in GitLab. I never moved that over. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to do that from the terminal, I guess. Actually, I think I can get a GitLab extension. So if I do that, I can do this. Okay, that works. All right, so the GitLab extension, clone a repo. I don't want to clone from. I probably need to sign in. Authenticate. GitLab.com. Authenticate using an access token will help you create one. No, we'll do this. Open. Then I need to enter my information. Nope, that's not my password. Oh no. There we go. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna need my. Oh, that didn't work either. What the heck? Dang it. It's never easy. Okay, there we go. I need. All right, so let's try that again. Authenticate, GitLab, auth, copy, paste, authorize, open, do not ask again, open. All right, we're in. Dismiss. Okay. Source control. Clone a repo from GitLab. PDHstat. HTTPS. Let's clone it into my dev folder. Authorize, open. All right, we are there. Okay. So I don't need that. I need to get the Flutter extension. Install it. See, look how much quicker all of this is going. I didn't have to learn how to write Lua in order to install a plugin so that I could start using it. Spend a couple weeks practicing how to use an editor. But I will admit it's probably not as fun. I do not have Flutter installed, so download the SDK. That makes sense. Let's download it. Oh, that's a great question. How long am I planning on streaming today? I don't know. It's already starting to get a little late where I'm at, so I'm thinking I want to get this project compiled and up and running just so I have it. Um, I would say no more than 2 more hours. I actually streamed earlier today. I did some C++, took a break, came back to play around with Neovim, and you saw how that went. I did not make a lot of progress. Let's see. Do you want to add the Flutter SDK to the path so it's accessible to external terminals? Yes, I do. SDK was added to the path. Okay, so once it's to the path, I think I need to reload the window. The VS Code ID extension for Dart and Flutter uses Google Analytics to report usage diagnostic data along with package dependencies, crash reports. To disable reporting of telemetry, run this terminal command. Okay. All right. Let's see if this works. Terminal. I need the terminal. Trying to remember how this works. Is it Flutter, build, Windows? Something to be said about a language that I can just get access to the compiler, plugins, package manager, etc. by just installing an extension, and then I have it. It looks like I have some outdated stuff. Please enable developer mode in your system settings. Run start MS settings developers. Did it build though? As long as it built. Oh, building with plugins requires Symlink support. Okay, so I need to start MS settings. Wonder if I have to do that as admin. Where do I set this? Please enable developer mode in your system settings. Developer mode. Yes. Okay, let's try that again. Flutter build Windows. Might have to restart the window again. Not sure. Oh, shoot. I never got something up and running for my vertical peeps. Why did that stop working? What? It's a new window. Okay. We're just going to do this. There you go, vertical peeps. All right, so I need to put this... Like, oh my gosh, it's so wrong. I gotta get better at this stream setup. I guess that's what you want to see, vertical peeps. Is my camera covering up? Oops. How much do we need to see the terminal? I guess I can move up here. Now it looks like I'm looking away from what I'm coding. Hmm. What do I do? The decisions of a wannabe live streamer. Well, let's see if my app works. Let's run it on Windows. I gotta figure this out. Oh, I know what I can do. I can make this bigger, and then I can put myself here. There. Oh my gosh, look at the red. Oh, stuff is running though. So this is my Magic the Gathering stat tracking app and life tracking. Are you aware of what Magic the Gathering is? So Magic the Gathering is a trading card game that is, I would say, I would consider fantasy based. So, you know, you're casting spells, you're summoning creatures, and you use them to fight against your opponents. And when you play against other people, you have a life total. So, a special version of this game or a mode that we play for this game is called Commander, and you start at 40 life. So you can imagine this app on a phone or a tablet sitting at a table with four players facing each other. Each square represents that player sitting at the table, and anytime you're playing the game and you perform an action, you might cause damage or you might cause someone to gain life. Well, there are a ton of apps like these out there that exist today. What I am trying to do slightly differently, and I think there's a couple of apps that do this too, is I want to keep track of what actually happens in a game so that you can come over to this history button and see what happened over the course of time for a single game of this trading card game. And then, and this is the part I don't really have implemented yet because it's still going to be a lot of work, is I want to be able to collect this data over the course of many games and be able to record how well someone's deck has been doing, how well the person themselves have been doing. So over the course of, say, like 3 months, if you're playing with your friends 1 to 2 times a week or 2 or 3 times a month kind of thing, well, over the course of that time period, you can now see who's been winning most of the games or who's been doing most of the damage, who's been causing most of the problems, you know. This app might have started out of spite so that I could see who was doing what to me, but that's kind of the idea. Yes, a companion app for a game session. Yes, 100%. Absolutely don't need it. Like the game can be played with paper and pencil. But that's kind of what I'm building here. Is this has just been my little bit of a passion project. I haven't spent too much time on this recently because I've been working on that video game. But I still tinker with this every now and then, add a feature here or there. Most recently, I added in this game, you need the ability to roll dice, sometimes to determine who goes first, sometimes to apply an effect that a card does. So I added this little simple dice roller where I want to roll a d20. Well, I rolled a 15. Or we need to see who goes first, so you select all players, roll a d20, and you can see that the green player rolled a 20, so they go first. You know, that kind of thing. I also, it's hard to see because it's debug banners right here, but there's a button behind there that undoes, so I can undo all the actions that I was just inputting a few minutes ago. So I just put that in too, so I'm pretty happy with that. Still a lot of work to do, but the core life tracking, all of that's there. Okay, so this worked, but I got all kinds of errors. Yeah, is it upgrade? If you want to see, actually, now that since you're here, the project I work on during the week while I'm streaming. This is kind of a air combat. I'm not 100% sure exactly what kind of game we're gonna make this yet, but I'm leaning towards like a roguelite game where you get dropped into a level and you have a mission you have to do where you're gonna have to either like fight these enemies, you know, shoot them with missiles, or avoid them. I might put in obstacles that you can hide behind if someone's shooting at you. You know, collect items, upgrade, get stronger. You know, the typical type of like road light. TPP. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Is that like? Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, yeah, kind of. It's top down, so it's gonna be 2D. So it's basically what you're looking at. Now we'll probably end up with like more of these squares on the screen that you can swap around because it's supposed to mimic what you would see on an airplane jet, a radar screen, if you will. So this is kind of like your radar screen. And these the red squares are the enemies that are out in the world that your radar is picking up, so you know they're there. Now you'll notice that some of these are just plain old red squares. As this shaded area gets closer to these red squares, you're going to start to see some stuff light up, and it's going to turn like a more vibrant red. And I don't know how well it shows up on a live stream, but that vibrant red is a triangle that represents, oh, that is an enemy aircraft. So part of this game is when you start off, I don't have it all in there yet, but you're just gonna have like little gray dots, and you're gonna have no idea who's out there. So you're gonna rely on potentially upgrading your radar capabilities in order to figure out who's out there because you don't know if they're friend or foe. And you don't know if that one dot that's flying to you is someone trying to escape or if it's like a missile coming for your face. And so your radar will help you figure that out. But yeah, this is just a little something that I am officially cooking up with the Fun in Software name with a couple of my colleagues, and I stream and play with this during the week, Monday through Thursday. Let's see. Okay, so I got this working. That's good. Do I need to... Why is this showing up as changed? Hmm. What is this? Interesting. Last release 7 years ago. Okay, not touching that. I need to start plotting what is happening over the course of the game. What should I do? How should I do that? You can have a game page. Because I'm wondering if history should go here. All right, I want to think on this for half a second. I am going to go grab a drink of water and turn my fan on because it's getting hot in this room. I'll be right back. Hi, Trill. Hey. Before I leave, this is Trill. Can you say hi, Trill? Can you say hi? Hmm? How's it going? Hmm? How's it going? Come on. Come on. Trill. Oh, he wants down. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. All right, I'm back. So, Shatsy, what brought you to my stream? How'd you find me? Were you just browsing? Let's see here. I think I want to make... That's not supposed to be there. All right, so I want to... What's the best way to do this for people to see? Let's do this. And no one can really see that. I need to figure out a way... I guess I can do this. Yeah, that's not very good either. I need to find a way to share what I'm developing with my vertical viewers, which I think is 0, but you never know. Someone might pop in. If I have a vertical viewer and you've been chatting to me, I apologize. It's not showing up. But my suspicion is I don't have one. But I will check on youtube.com just to make sure I wasn't missing chat. Yeah, I don't have... Well, it says I have 3 views. Okay, yeah. No one's... I don't think anyone chatted. So we're good. I didn't miss anything. Whew. Vibing with your AI, building stuff on the weekend. Oh, what are you making? Are you using any particular language? I'm about to use AI to fix a bug here because this dice roller shouldn't show up on this history page. I think it's just a matter of making sure the button's hidden. But desktop recording is currently disabled. That's not what I wanted. I wanted... Oh no. The AMD software is capturing my button to pop the AI window up. Why is... Oh my gosh, this has to stop. How do I... I'm gonna kill that application. Open, video, start, hide system tray. Yeah, I've been swapping between Claude and Opus. I'll do Opus if I really needed to like dig in and nest into like an entire project to come up with a plan of attack kind of thing. I've not written any TypeScript. I've done a little bit of JavaScript because I've used it with Qt QML, which is like a front-end application for desktop and mobile and web. But I've never really done like TypeScript type of development before. I think it'd be up my wheelhouse because I don't think it's too different from C++. What is going on? Did I screw something up? I wonder if this app is causing... Oh my gosh. I don't know what tool that is. I'm gonna disable hotkeys. There we go. We got there. Yeah, that's fair. I've been using it with C++. Same idea. Okay, so I don't have a good answer to showing the vertical team. The vertical peeps what I'm working on. Okay. All right, Sonnet. When I click on the history page, the die roller button in the title bar is present. This button should only be present on the game page. All right, let's take a look at that change, see if that makes sense. So if the selected index is 0, so page 0, I don't like that has to be an index, but that makes sense. And the die roller button's gone, so if I go back to the game page, it's back. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So I think I'm going to go ahead and push that up since that's a simple fix. What's really cool is with this app, I have it automatically running a software pipeline that it'll build and deploy if it passes to my website. So then I can just go to and just go to app.edhstat.com, and whenever it actually builds and deploys, I'll see that my fix got made live, and this button will no longer be here. But I have to wait for it to finish building and deploying. And so I've been kind of using this as my test bed to get things figured out. I mean, that makes sense. Use AI to fight AI? Kind of have to. I think the history button has to be... All right, it's time to make this change. I've been putting this off. Maybe I need to come up with a plan. Let's see. Let's ask a plan. I'm beginning to realize I need the history page to be part of the game page, as in a different tab or option to select. My initial thought is to place the history button on the left side of the title bar and remove the EDH stat title. I am open to ideas, especially with respect to UI UX design, if this doesn't make sense. Let me know if you require any clarifying questions. Curious, see what this comes up with. All right, what do we got? Move history into game page via app bar toggle. TLDR, a show history bool to the scaffold state. In life mode, replace the plain EDH stat title with a small icon label combo that toggles between the game board and history. Remove history from the bottom nav entirely. Further consideration, back icon versus game icon. When viewing history, what should the icon to return look like? That's gonna be tough because I think on on mobile on Apple, they're used to having a back button, but on Android, I think a lot of apps are just expecting you to use the Android button itself. I'm checking some other apps to see how buttons are done. Because you can hit a button. Oh, no, that has a back button. That has a back button. Okay. So I think a back button probably makes sense. Okay. Show history reset on tab switch. If the user switches to the stats tab and back to the game, should history be remembered or reset to game view? Oh, reset to game view. Yeah. Okay. When viewing history, what should the icon return look like? Use back arrow. I'm open to other placeholder buttons if you have any ideas. Definitely reset back to game view. Add show history false state. Replace guard all action entities. Back icon number. Does this look good to proceed? You know what? To heck with it. Let's proceed. We'll see what this does to my app. I've not let AI just kind of take the wheels like this before. I mean, I have Git, so I can always undo. It's not the end of the world. I'm gonna, I'll leave this app up and running. We'll see. See what happens. I am curious. All right, so now there's a results button. Here's the history button with a back. Oh, look at that! I kind of wanted the EDH stat button to go, or title to go away, but maybe I could put that in the center. All right, I like that. I've never dived into mobile app development. How did you share the app to your live web again? So I'm using a framework called Flutter. Flutter is a UI framework developed to support, Windows, Linux, Mac, iOS, Android, web, and you write it once and it will build it for you. So all I had to do was start to learn a new framework for one, which was a pain in and of itself. But I used Flutter to do that, and even locally here, it's just a matter of doing something like this on the terminal. So I'm gonna type Flutter build. Is it web? And it will, yeah, downloading web SDK. So it's automatically going to take the code that I built for Windows and build it for browsers. So when you have that, the next step is what I did is I bought a domain, edhstat.com, through Cloudflare, and I use GitLab CI/CD pipelines. So GitHub does this too. GitHub Actions, to to basically take my repo anytime I make a change to run Flutter build. In fact, I think I could show you what that pipeline looks like. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. So this is a YAML file that says, hey, anytime you push changes to your repo, build web. What is build web going to do? It's going to run a Ubuntu 2504 Docker container with Flutter version 341.4, and in Ubuntu install some dependencies, download the Flutter framework, and then it's going to run Flutter pub get, which goes out and grabs my package dependencies, and then Flutter build web, and I'm adding a version tag here. And then it runs a deploy script, and it looks like, I forgot this, but it looks like I am using a Firebase hosted web server, so it deploys my build web folder from Flutter into Firebase with this token, and then I hooked up the Firebase web server to my Cloudflare domain, and it automatically shows the website. It's that easy. And I think the domain costs like $10 a year, something like that. I don't remember. I think it varies depending on what services you're buying. When the lights out, it's the strangest here we are now. So bad, it could do. You have a live server? Yeah, I have a live server for it. I have through Firebase. All right, so I like that. So, okay, new plan. I liked moving the history button. I think I want the stats button next to it. The idea here is the stats button will show charts I can scroll through that show that show the stats tracked over the course of a game. This means the stats button would need removed from the nav bar as well. Long term, I want a page that a user can view to see the history, the results of past games against other players. Let's see what that says. Move history button to title bar. Ooh, I should make sure. Okay, so that's working. That's good. And if I can't really change pages now, so there's nothing we can do there. New game, that's there. Undo. We can undo, undo. So now it should be blue player's turn. Yep, cool. So that's working. Move history button to title bar. Entertain us. And contagious. Here we are now. No existing stats page widget. I'll create a placeholder. Yep. Now I have everything needed. Here's add stats toggle to app bar, remove from nav, replace the show history, state refactor. Add enum game subview, game history stats inside the state file. Replace bool with the subview. That makes sense. Replace all show history references. That makes sense. App bar title update. Update the life mode to 3 branches. Game history stats. State actions. Guard displays. Create stats page placeholder. Nav bar cleanup. Verification. Further consideration. Nav bar shape after removing. Game stats disabled. And results profile. 2 options. Option A, 5 items recommended. Replace stat slot with leaderboard results and drop the current slot 3 results, giving a cleaner, more meaningful nav with no duplicate placeholders. Option B, go with option, let's see, go with option A. Place stats. Go with option A. I am open to additional placeholder ideas that would make sense here. I mean, I'm open to looking at it. I like I said, I'm not really a TypeScript guy, but I've done deployments. I can at least take a look. I don't know how you're gonna show me. Go with the option A. I am open to additional placeholder ideas. All right, good. For the vacated slot 3 previously results, here are some ideas. People. Players, roster of people you play with regularly, view their win rates, favorite commanders, etc. The most natural companion to past game results. Pods, manage named play groups. I feel like all that could be put under one thing. Personal achievement milestones. My recommendation players, it pairs tightly with results. You navigate from a game result to a player's profile and is the most universally useful feature for a recurring game tracker. Find nav layout so you'd have game results, add player's profile. Okay. Replace all that looks good. That looks good. Relevant verification. Let's do it. See what happens. Let's see what happens. Oh, some changes are being made. The game sub view enum, that makes sense. If the sub view is not game, we have the back button. That makes sense. I don't know if this is quality Flutter or Dart code, but it makes sense. So depending on what our subview is, we change the title. If the display controller is not commander mode and subview is game, we do all this. This feels like it could be cleaned up at some point. And then we have icons. Okay, that makes sense. Done. No errors. Wow, that was quick. Oh, was that the first phase? Let's run this real quick. Okay. History, stats, charts coming soon. I like it. Then result player, that's all stubbed out. Profile. Let's see. New placeholder widget coming soon. Is it possible to center the EDH stat title in the app? Hello, my temporary Twitch viewers popping in. Hope you're having a good day, evening, morning, wherever you're coming in from. I'm just fiddling around with my Magic the Gathering Life Tracker app at the moment. I normally do C++ development. I'm a C++ professional, if you will. I get paid for it. Let's see here. But this is a more personal, fun project that I've been tinkering with. Okay, so the title is now centered. That looks nice. Okay, so we can do this. We can do some damage to some people. Next turn, take priority. When you have priority, you're going to do... You know what? You're going to give everyone 10 life. Hit accept. You're going to pass priority. Your turn's over. What are you going to do on your turn? You're going to do... you actually took damage. Someone did damage to you, which is kind of messed up. Let's say green did like 3 poison damage to you. Ooh, that should probably be red, shouldn't it? Because green did 3 to you. Ooh, wait, no, that's not... This is showing up as... Yeah, so green did 3 to you. So this should probably be red. And if we look at our history, we can see everything that happened in a turn. I didn't have any turns where a bunch... Okay, so it's red's turn, so let's say... let's say... Green took 5 damage from red. Yeah, so that's red. Okay, so I got that right. Let's say blue gained 5 life from red. Okay. And then yellow, what did yellow do? Yellow took poison. 3 poison counters from red. Now if we look at the history, we see multiple things happened in a single turn. Awesome. Interesting. I'm using green to represent life, but the heart is red to represent it came from red. I think I gotta be a little more consistent here. But the title is centered, so that's what I wanted. So that looks good. That actually looks good. So we have history. That's stubbed out. We could do a we do a 6-person game. History got reset, so that's good. Let's see who goes first. Oop, I did that wrong. I think I need to default it to all players. I feel like that's the common use case. Roll a die to see who goes first. Or I just save a couple of clicks and just say, hey, well, right now, start game chooses. So you would roll here, like, oh, hey, yellow goes first, so they start. I could get rid of the manual step entirely and just have one button that starts game, and then it randomly, like, cycles through and chooses who goes. I'm not sure about that. I can make it an option. So what are we doing here? Yeah. Move stats page to game title bar. Let's see if any of my changes have pushed to the web server yet. Doesn't look like it. I think sometimes an incognito window will give us access to a fresh cache. Oops, I pressed that wrong. Okay. Hasn't showed up yet, but that's fine. The buttons are now in the leading. Okay. All right. So what do I want to do next? Oh yeah, I bet. Okay. So we've got history, we have stats, results. So this is in-game results. So after the game is done, you come here to see a summarized result of the game. Who won, who lost, who did the most damage. But I'm curious if I have enough code in place that the LLM, without going haywire, can build me some charts to show different actions over time. This is going to be a big one. So let's ask it for a plan. Start a new conversation. I would like to add charts I can scroll through during a game on the stats page of the game page. I would like to add charts I can scroll through during a game on the stats page of the game page. That's a mouthful. I'm thinking at least some, what is it called? Is it line charts? Line charts. Yeah, line charts. I am thinking at least some line charts that show things like life lost over time, life gained over time, damage dealt over time, What else? What else? Average turn time over time. Does that make sense? As the course of time elapses, maybe that's a bar chart. It might be. Is that a bar chart? Or no, not over time. It's average time per turn. Average time per turn. Average time per turn. Oh man, average time per turn. Yeah, because I want to know, like early on, the turns go quick, and then it goes up over time. I am tired. I don't sleep well normally, unfortunately. Um, I didn't sleep well last night. I maybe got like 6 hours of sleep. I probably only got about maybe at most 6 hours of sleep every night the past week. I've got a lot on my plate because I work full time. I'm trying to make a video game. I am trying to figure out this whole streaming thing. I still got to do video editing, make shorts, that kind of thing. I did have at least one short on YouTube go viral for me, which is like 3K views, 3.5K views. Actually, I don't know what it's at now, which is pretty good, all things considered, because I don't know what I'm doing and I don't know how to edit videos. Um, it might be, it might still be going up. I don't remember. But yeah, I'm probably doing a little too much right now, so I'm still trying to figure out how to make my days more efficient and streamlined. And yeah, you're kind of witnessing it. I am a little tired. I do have to manage my health. How do I access my channel? View channel, shorts. What is it up to? 3.6K. My YouTube short is up 3.6K, so pretty cool. And unfortunately, the past couple of streams, because I'm still figuring all this out, I keep like messing up the settings. So I'll like one stream, the recordings that I used didn't record my mic. Some streams it didn't record what I was showing. Oh, my YouTube is fun and dot at fun and software. Let me see if I know how to see if I can link it. I think that's it. I appreciate it. I really do. I haven't solidified on exactly what I'm trying to do with the channel. So a lot of it is going to be shorts from, my live stream sessions. I haven't decided if it's worthwhile doing like informational shorts on C++ because that's what my expertise lies in. I'm still figuring it out. On the plus side, I am going on vacation here in like a week, so I'll have the entire week off. I won't have to worry about it. I would like to add charts I can scroll through during a game on the stats page of the game page. I'm thinking at least some line charts that show things like life lost over time. I'm open to additional ideas on stats to track and UI UX presentation for the stats page. All right, I'm gonna let that run real quick. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and check on my cat because he's out in the garage. I'll be right back. Ooh, LLM is still running. I must have given it a lot of work. I probably should have ran it with Opus. Thanks, Shats. How do you pronounce your name? Shatsy? Thanks, Shatsy. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you hanging out with me too. Being a new streamer and doing programming, I'm kind of like in a. It feels like I'm in a niche subject, so it's hard to tell if doing all of this is even worthwhile sometimes. But I figure if I'm gonna be sitting here programming, I can at least do it with people to hop in and say hi. All right. Has a solid picture of the code base. Let me look at a couple more details in parallel before asking questions. Yeah, vibe coding's tough. That's a tough topic to know for sure what's going to happen. Um, I think we are going to see. We're already seeing it, right? We're going to see a lot of AI generated code that's going to pollute repositories, especially open source projects. And it'll be interesting to see what happens, like, because we might get to a point where it's at its best code generation, but then as it begins to training off of its own code generation, it starts to fall back down, and then no one has any idea what's going on under the hood. At least for me, I like to still try and keep things coherent. Refactor when I think it's gone off the rails, that kind of thing. Ooh, it's really thinking about this. I suspect what I'm asking it to do is we're about to witness a lot of code generation. Now, I'll say professionally, the way I use it has been super beneficial because a lot of the code I'm writing is code I've written in the past. It's in a subject I am very familiar with, a domain that I'm very familiar with. It's code that I've written before to solve other problems back before AI was a thing. And so now that I can use AI to just be like, "Hey, I know exactly what I want. I know exactly how I want to write it. I just don't want to spend 8 hours writing, you know, a couple hundred to a few thousand lines of code when I could just tell the AI to do it in a couple minutes." Okay, what's happening here? FL Charts is the leading Flutter charting library. Okay, so like right here, I wouldn't have even known that I needed to grab a Flutter charting library, and it wants to use FL Charts. So I'm going to look that up and make sure it's not trying to put one on me. Flutter FL Charts. It has 1.23 million downloads, 7.11K likes, has a YouTube channel. I think we're okay. Ooh, these are some pretty charts. Okay. Holy crap. Okay, yeah. I think I'm okay with this. That seems reasonable. Yeah, let's use FL charts. Beyond the ones you listed, which extra chart stats would you want? Life total at each turn end. Commander damage received over time. Poison counters over time. Time spent per player. Ooh, pie donut chart. Sure, why not? Action count per player. Who's doing the most? Sure. Just the ones I already mentioned is fine. Heck yeah. Let's do it. What else we got? How should the charts be presented on the stats page? Ooh, see, this is what I don't know, like UI UX. I'm not a UI UX person. Horizontal swipe, page view. One chart fills the screen, swipe to the next. Oh, so you do this instead of scrolling. I was thinking scrolling. Is that a better idea? Swiping right and left better? How do I find out? I really don't know. You know what? We'll just try it. What should the x-axis represent on time series charts? So as the course of time elapses, what should the x-axis represent? Turn 1, 2. Oh, interesting. Do we do it based on turns or time? I think it's got to be based on time. Ooh, let the user toggle. Why not? A friendly. What should the stats page show before the game has any turns? A friendly empty message. Show charts with just the starting life totals. Sure. Sure, I'll take a look. Review.codes. What is that? Oh, is this your website? Is this it? I will say this little mouse over thing is fun. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool site. All right, let's see here. No, unfortunately, I don't. I any products I am actively making, I keep private, and then anything that's open source, I don't really need because it's not like I'm writing most of it. All right, let's see what's happening here. So this was the planning stage. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Stats are recomputed on every rebuild. Fast enough given action log size. Avoids caching complexity. No new provider. Pure consumer static service. Poison card. Gracefully shows no poison recorded if unused. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna shut that down, let it do its thing. No matter how far, couldn't be much more from the heart. We're about trusting who we are. Oh no. It's questioning whether every action turn should generate its own data point or only the full turn cycle, but tracking each action turn separately seems cleaner, more granular for stats purposes, even if the number itself is rounded based on the permutation. This will be interesting. This will be interesting. Because I did not give it enough detail to. I don't know. This will be interesting. What are we doing here? We are modifying action turn to keep track of elapsed times before. I think that makes sense. Oh boy. Game stats. Turn data point. Okay. Where are we putting this in? Game feature, models, game stats. Okay. Life totals. This is freaking Matrix soundtrack. I haven't heard this in years. Club to Death. Oh, this is amazing. Do, 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 do. Okay, so we're creating a chart card under widgets, charts. Perhaps a chart widget with a consistent card layout, title, player, color, legend, x-axis toggle. That makes sense. Do 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 do. All right, I'm exhausted. I can barely stay awake. Shatsy, if you're still there, I really appreciate you hanging out with me this evening. Your website looks awesome. Hopefully, it works out well for you, because you look like you're much further ahead with a web service than I am. That's for sure. I'm gonna call it here, because I am like falling asleep at the wheel here. Wherever you're at, have a good night, and I hopefully I will catch you another time. Thanks for hanging out.